1 minute to go. And then the journey ends. Well, continues and ends. We'll be wrapping up Soul Reaver 1 and starting Soul Reaver 2. And for the end of Soul Reaver, I have some, well, tricks to share. And we're back. To anyone watching, welcome. Let's finish this. One puzzle to go. I did play a little bit offline to obtain the fire-imbued Reaver. So this is really close to the end. And this is just terrific, this secret opening. Puzzle number 1. Just gonna drag my feet a bit in case somebody else decides to join. I know there are some regulars that have been coming back to the channel. So the first thing we want to do is pull this one out. And get it way across over there. We don't want to shoot over there. Now we close this door. Then we have to open it back up because I kinda sorta forgot that I need to switch the doors. I need to constrict that dial over there. Okay, here we go. Yoink. And now we may proceed. Oh, would you stop swinging? Basically the whole goal of this puzzle is just to get one block on the left side and the other one on the right side in order to open the main gates. One down, one to go. I gotta say, the more I played Soul Reaver 1, the more impressed I got. Back when I was first playing Soul Reaver 1 and 2, I suffered a lot from insomnia. So I don't remember anything, and I gotta say I really underestimated the quality of this game. So many mechanics, and they're so well done. The remastered textures are also very cool. God, please let us have Defiance remastered as well. I feel the itch to replay it. Possibly without crashing and without the fixed camera. There we go. Diving deeper into the cave. Hey, my dude. Oh, my dude. He pulled a fast one on me. How did you recover so fast? Oh. Need to switch back. There we go. The feeder has become the feed. Okay. Look at this sneaky sod right there. Okay, this is much simpler than other puzzles. Much simpler. Put this one right here. And we shoot. This guy seems bored. Don't you yell at me. Wait, that went through? I will be back. Yummy. I don't know how that projectile went through. It was supposed to cancel out, but... well, things happen. You just stick around there. There we go. Come on, come on. Now just imagine if this was how we open doors in real life. Running around in circles. Okay, our job here is done. Moving right back to the beginning. should have gone down, I know. Whoop. Hey, my guy. Goodbye, my guy. And now we'll switch over here. Again, we constrict this. Oh no, wherever will I go? Weirdest shape for an opening ever. Well, in a game. Where's the stick?
The Oracle's Cave, where Kane's first fateful meeting with Mobius occurred. Mobius played the role of a doddering soothsayer, stirring his pot of visions while dispensing enigmatic predictions to gullible visitors. Underneath the facade was Mobius the Time Streamer, sorcerer of the Circle of Nine, a ruthless manipulator with the power to bend time. Since his murder at Kane's hands centuries ago, these caves have stood vacant, though, like Mobius himself, they are rumored to be only a facade for a much larger, more elaborate complex. I sensed that Kane was here, and at that moment, I would have plumbed the depths of hell to find him.
So if I didn't remember what I needed to do here, I really don't... I mean, I know, but it would have taken a really long time back in 1999 to solve this, unless you kind of had a good intuition how to solve this. It's so simple.
This, I deduced, must be the man himself, the Time Streamer, Mobius. He seemed not at all the impressive figure I had imagined from Kane's boasted exploits. And yet, even this cold image radiated a certain undeniable power.
Okay, we have a clock mechanism. 2 light beams. That are apparently related to the hands on the clock. Okay. And for the first time ever, the light puzzles. How do we get purple? It's a secret, don't tell anyone. How do we get red? And that's pretty much it. Oh, well, this is different. It's like in the spectral realm. So I did not use the Flame Reaver ever until very recently, and now I'm wondering why I didn't do that. And why did they leave the easiest puzzles for the end? And they forgot to retexture this. And the bottom part of this. Yep, mistakes were made. Oh well. I mean, this is just yellow, blue, red. We have yellow, blue, red. So just match the symbols. Also, if you're smarter than me, you won't be doing it the longer way. Every damn stream. I play much worse when I am streaming. Okay, first one is done. Now the blue. The symbol is. Oh, it's there. Okay. Let's go. And the cane emblem, which is okay over there. If I keep spinning, is it gonna... No? Okay. There we go. Burned. Okay. There you are. Anybody home? No. Right. Moving right along. Because that was the easiest way to jam the system. Push a giant block in the cogs. Seems reasonable. But... oh, good God. Just a little patience. Okay. Denied. I don't need your filthy soul. Well, that's no way to aim. Damn it. Do we have any weapons? No. Come on, get over here. Oh, that was smart. Pick you up. Really? No, Raziel. Why are you not listening? Oh, Jesus. Just die already. Okay, there we go. Yet another puzzle. Is this it? I do not think so. This seems more likely. Okay, that one goes over there then. This one. Let's see. Yep. Which means this one goes here. I just need to roll it. What about? No, you keep lying there. Just ignore me. And there we go. Oh, dear Lord. These symbols are important. Also, let's have ourselves a soul. Or souls. And just as he recovered, okay, we have symbols. We need to match them. So I'm guessing this is gonna be it. Okay. Well, this one is already done. No, it's not. Now it is. Oh, come on. Come on. So many puzzles. At least a lot of them are varied and interesting. Near the end, boys.
My arrival in this miserable age. What trickery is this?
It is no illusion, Raziel, but a glimpse into the currents of time itself.
Okay. Time to see the present, maybe?
These apparitions torment me. Has this all been foretold?
Indeed it was, Razia. Well, that's an improvement to be sure.
Impossible! This must be one of Kane's deceptions.
Yeah, must be. Kane is of course a well-known prankster.
My mind reels with conflict. Does Kane await me moments from now? Or in some century yet to come?
Is this from Defiance?
This cannot be. What madness does this scene portend? Kane must think me credulous to suffer these lies.
Yeah, lies. New
Is
type
this
of Reaver.
phantasm a conjuration of my mind, or an echo of future events?
This is the so-called Cain Reaver. And now, the final confrontation. Nah, we're not gonna need this. Let's just keep on keeping on. Textures? Oh yeah, they've been redone.
At last. I must say I'm disappointed in your progress. I imagined you'd be here sooner. Tell me, did it trouble you to murder your brothers?
Did it trouble you when you ordered me into the abyss?
No. I had faith in you. In your ability to hate. In your self-righteous indignation.
Lies. You cannot have foreseen all of this.
Eternity is relentless, Raziel. When I first stole into this chamber centuries ago, I did not fathom the true power of knowledge. To know the future, Raziel. To see its paths and streams tracing out into the infinite. As a man, I could never have contained such forbidden truths. But each of us is so much more than we once were. Gazing out across the plains of possibility, do you not feel with all your soul how we have become like gods? And as such, are we not indivisible? As long as a single one of us stands, we are legion. And that is why, when I must sacrifice my children to the void, I can do so with a clear heart.
Very poetic, Cain. But in the end, you offer no more than a convenient rationalization for your crimes.
These chambers offer insight for those patient enough to look. In your haste to find me, perhaps you have not gazed deeply enough. Our futures are predestined. Mobius foretold mine a millennium ago. We each play out the parts fate has written for us. We are compelled ineluctably down preordained paths. Free will is an illusion.
I have been to the tomb of Seraphan, Cain. Your dirty secret is exposed. How could you transform a Seraphan priest into a vampire?
How could I not? One must keep his friends close, Raziel, and his enemies even closer. Can you grasp the absurd beauty of the paradox? We're the same. Seraphan and vampire. With our holy wars, our obsession with Nosgoth's domination, who better to serve me than those whose passion transcends all notions of good and evil?
I will not applaud your clever blasphemy. A Seraphan were saviors, defending Nosgoth from the corruption that we represent. My eyes are opened, Cain. I find no nobility in the unlife you rudely forced on my unwilling corpse.
You may have uncovered your past, but you know nothing of it. You think the Seraphan were noble, altruistic? Don't be simple. Their agenda was the same as ours.
You are lost in a maze of moral relativism, Cain. These apparitions and portents. What game are you playing now?
Destiny is a game, is it not? And now, you await my latest move.
Where are you? Right in front of me. Such great voice acting. Dear Lord. Simon shines, Michael Bell shines. Wait, where? Oh, there. Time to get zapped. No. Again down there, up there.
You nearly had me, Raziel. But this is not where or how it ends. Fate promises more twists before this drama unfolds completely.
Be warned, Raziel. Once you cross this threshold, you are beyond my influence.
Such a bold-faced lie. And now we meet Mobius.
Raziel, Redeemer and Destroyer, Pawn and Messiah. Welcome, time-span soul. Welcome to your destiny. Where time is but a loop, a loose stitch in the universal cloth. A streamer might seize upon a chance, a fatal slip, and plunge the fate of planets into chaos.
And that is the end. I gotta say, the game is very stable. The sound is very loud. A lot of the textures have been redone spectacularly well. Some misses here and there. I mean, they literally missed some parts, but small ones. So, all in all, I'm pretty happy. Okay, time to move on.
At last. I must say I'm disappointed in your progress. I imagined you'd be here sooner. Tell me, did it trouble you to murder your brothers?
Did it trouble you when you ordered me into the abyss?
Eternity is relentless, Raziel. When I first stole into this chamber centuries ago, I did not fathom the true power of knowledge. To know the future, Raziel, to see its paths and streams tracing out into the infinite. As a man, I could never contain such forbidden truths. But each of us is so much more than we once were. Do you not feel with all your soul how we have become like gods? As such, are we not indivisible? As long as a single one of us stands, we are legion. Our futures are predestined. Mobius foretold mine eons ago. We each play out the parts fate has written for us. Free will is an illusion.
I found the tomb of Sarafan, Kane. How could you profane a priest by turning him into a vampire?
How could I not? One must keep his friends close, Raziel, and his enemies even closer.
Who's that?
Who better to serve me than those whose passion transcends all notions of good and evil?
The Sarafan were saviors, defending Nosgoth from the corruption that we represent. My eyes are opened, Kane. I find no nobility in the unlife you rudely forced on my unwilling corpse.
You may have uncovered your past, but you know nothing of it. You think the Sarafan were noble, altruistic? Oh, don't be simple. Their agenda was the same as ours. You nearly had me, Raziel. But this is not where or how it ends. Fate promises more twists before this drama unfolds completely.
Redeemer and Destroyer, Pawn and Messiah. Welcome, time-span soul. Welcome to your destiny. Where am I? Is the usual question. In your case, when might be more apt.
Very well, you old snake. If you'd prefer I use my bare hands...
This is completely unexpected. This orb disables our vampire enemies, leaving them helpless and incapacitated. Strangely, it seems to have the same effect on that peculiar weapon of yours. But you must believe me. I mean you no harm.
You can drop the benevolent facade, Mobius. I know who and what you are. I should kill you where you stand.
Perhaps you should, my boy. But you don't.
Are you so certain of that, Mobius?
My role as Time Guardian affords me a certain level of omniscience, Raziel. No, you don't kill me. That honor belongs to your maker, Kane, some 30 years from now.
Ah, you two are a pair. You're just as fatalistic as he is.
Death comes for us all, Raziel. It's just a matter of time.
How is it that you know my name? We have never met.
On the contrary, Raziel, I know you very well, and it grieves me to see how cruelly Cain has used you. I knew you when you were one of the Sarafan Brotherhood, Raziel. We were even close.
Oh, please.
Fortunately, you need not love me now to be my ally.
Are we within the stronghold of the Sarafan priesthood?
Yes, but the glorious days of the Sarafan have long since passed, I'm afraid. This is a more cynical and indecorous age. My mercenary army now inhabits this stronghold. We strive to honor the memory of the Sarafan with our own humble crusade.
Is this the vampire Vorador?
Yes, the scourge of the Circle, the most depraved and decadent example of his whole degenerate race. He slaughtered 6 of my fellow Guardians as they cowered defenseless in this room.
And you somehow survived this massacre?
I and 2 others. The Circle was devastated. Only we 3 were spared.
How convenient. You'll forgive me if I don't naively devour every scrap of information you toss me. You have a reputation for deceit.
And who has slandered me so? Your malefactor, Cain? The one who betrayed and destroyed you? Our common enemy? Consider the source before you judge me too harshly. We'll forget about rekindling our old friendship then. But consider an alliance based on our common ground. We both want Cain dead. I can help you do it.
You don't want to meddle in this, old man. I know all about your sordid little schemes, but you're simply out of your depth on this one.
You underestimate me, Raziel. Let me show you. Even now, Cain is lying in wait for you, unaware that I've snatched you out of the time stream and brought you here to me. See how he lingers at the very pillars he is destined to destroy, foolishly confident that he has eluded your grasp.
The pillars are still standing in this time.
Yes, Raziel. They are the embodiment of the divine force which preserves the life of our world. We who serve the pillars maintain their delicate balance, and Cain is destined to be the fulcrum upon which that balance turns. I believe you have already endured the wasteland wrought by his terrible, selfish decision. Cain's very existence is a cancer upon this world. As long as he lives, all of Nosgoth is in peril. You may never again be human, Raziel. But you can re-embrace the essence of your humanity and the nobility of your Sarafan heritage. Go to him, Raziel, and end this. But first, you will need to find your way out of the stronghold, and in this, I'm afraid I cannot help you. My soldiers will not understand your appearance here. They will try to kill you. You needn't fear them, of course. They're no match for you. Try to keep the casualties to a minimum. But do what you have to do. All great movements require a few martyrs.
Alone now, I surveyed my surroundings and noticed a second time-streaming chamber. Its entrance identical to the first, but with one distinction. That crystal was significant, but how? I had not yet discovered.
I really hate Mobius. Okay, going for a short bathroom break. Be right back. And we're back. See, I said it was gonna be short. So we can go over there. What else do we have? The Reaver is disabled. Let's see the map. I really don't find these maps that useful. Okay, the combat is different. Up with his head. It feels like I'm slapping him with this sword. Okay, I need to lower the audio or the music, or I'm gonna go deaf. Hello?
Throughout the stronghold, I discovered evidence of my former nobility and my life as a Sarafan priest. This was the heritage so foully stolen from me when Cain raided my sacred crypt and defiled me.
Oh dear, we're in a spot of trouble.
Taste my blade, vampire!
Okay, that was weird. Ah, stop hitting me. I'm the one who was supposed to do that. Oddly enough, the combat is a bit more janky than in Soul Reaver 1. Let's eat all the souls. Got it. Why is it so loud? Oh, hey Juan. Still haven't gotten around to playing Soul Reaver 2, huh? Yeah, I played offline for a bit to see if I remembered anything. I don't, which is also odd. But I thought I may as well proceed now that I've finished Soul Reaver 1. Have you finished Soul Reaver 1? I gotta say, the remastering work they did on 1 seems to have been much more detailed than on Soul Reaver 2. I mean, just look at this. barely any noticeable difference, except for Raziel, of course. And the sword. Yeah, the textures are a bit more upscaled, but I wouldn't call this a huge improvement. Yeah, even the heads on the spikes. How have you been, man? I hope it's all good with you. And the Reaver is so much smaller here. But hey, it's not the size that counts. I finished it on Saturday.
Away from the influence of Mobius's cursed staff, I could feel the strength of the Soul Reaver slowly returning. If that orb was as debilitating to vampires as it was to the blade, it gave Mobius a powerful advantage over his enemies. I finally understood how Mobius's crusade could decimate the vampires so successfully. If he could immobilize his enemies, they were at his mercy. But why, I wondered, would the staff have any effect on the Reaver?
You're trying to get all of the achievements. Well, good luck with that, my dude. But I doubt I think you're not gonna have that much trouble, considering how well you know the game.
As I neared the stronghold's inner sanctum, a strange sensation crept over me. An indescribable feeling of displacement, a sense of vertigo, as reality itself appeared to warp and bend around me. The disturbance seemed to emanate from the sanctuary's furthest chapel. As I cautiously approached, the sense of dislocation intensified with each step. So this was the tomb of the beloved King William the Just, beatified here as the martyr and catalyst of Mobius's crusade. I was reminded of Kane's journey as a fledgling vampire, how Mobius coerced him to travel back in history and assassinate William, thus igniting a genocidal hatred of vampires among the citizens of Nosgoth. And here I discovered the source of the displacement.
Oh, okay.
The Soul Reaver itself, laid out like a holy relic, and broken, apparently in the battle between William and Kane. I had not thought such a thing was possible, until, of course, Kane shattered the blade against me when he tried to strike me down. Thus, the captive spirit inhabiting the Reaver was released, and binding itself to me, became my symbiotic weapon. And so the Reaver met its former self, still imprisoned in this corporeal shell. I watched, mesmerized, as the Wraith blade uncoiled itself and snaked down the length of the physical blade. Embracing its twin, its mirror self, the Reaver's long-dormant spirit was now fully aroused, and for the first time, I felt the true presence of this other entity, willful, ravenous, and deranged from thousands of years of imprisonment. The Reaver was now in command, and I, now merely its helpless host, felt my soul being leached to restore the blade. But the Reaver knew better than to destroy its host. And just as I neared the brink of oblivion, the blade released its hold on me. As I recovered, I realized we were now bound together in a fragile alliance. The Reaver no longer merely my symbiotic weapon, but a sentient parasite competing for control.
What have you done to me, Mobius? Is this your trap?
How mine? Don't forget it was Cain who led you here, not I. While you curse me, the only soul in Nosgoth ready to guide and assist you, Cain laughs at our folly and revels in your dismay.
These blades, now coiled in sinister embrace, have inspired terror in the hearts of creatures far more durable than you, old man. Bound together as they are, I can only imagine what they could do to your soul's fragile shell.
Raziel, I beg you to stay your hand. This was none of my doing. I have sought only to aid you in your righteous quest.
Why, you're trembling, Mobius. Has your confidence abandoned you? You seem to have made a fatal error by leaving your precious staff behind. Is that where all your courage comes from?
Listen to me, Raziel. You don't know what you're doing. I have taken an enormous risk by appearing here before you, so defenseless, yet eager to prove my good intentions. If there's anything left of the Seraphim in you, you won't do this. While you threaten me, your true enemy eludes you.
Don't concern yourself with Cain, old man. He'll join you in hell soon enough. As you said, death comes for us all.
Yes, the wheel of fate demands it.
What did you say?
The wheel of fate. The inexorable cycle of death and rebirth to which all men are compelled. We serve the same God, Raziel. To strike me down would be striking God's own attendant.
Hate this guy.
I don't believe even you would take that risk.
Sorry, Juan, I will respond. I just wanna let the cinematic do its thing.
Now that I know you fear me, I needn't concern myself with you. Cain is waiting for me.
Go then, Raziel. Seek Cain out and destroy him in the name of the one God we both serve. You, who were once a Seraphim priest, murdered, profaned, destroyed, and reborn again from his mercy. You are now most powerfully equipped to be his agent, his instrument of restoration and retribution.
My own vengeance is motivation enough.
By my soul, you almost had me, my little blue assassin. But that'll be the one and only chance you get. I assure you of that.
I could now summon the blade at will, regardless of my strength. But once summoned, the blade's ravenous appetite could not be contained. It devoured the souls of its victims, and if I allowed it to become over-aroused, the Reaver would now turn its hunger on me.
Okay. So it took you only 7.5 hours to do it with all the power-ups and glyphs. I had little doubt. And you need to redo the whole game for the other 2 achievements? Damn. At least it's a good game.
So this was the legendary Janos Audrin, reputed to have been the most ancient and diabolical vampire to have ever existed. According to folklore, he lived high in the cliffs of Nosgoth's northern mountains and preyed mercilessly on the defenseless villages below. His reign of terror ended when the Seraphim finally hunted him down and tore his throbbing heart from his still-living body. This relic came to be known as the Heart of Darkness, and was supposedly imbued with the power to restore vampiric unlife. The Seraphim therefore guarded it carefully, lest the heart fall into the hands of their enemies. But I wondered, could Janos Audrin truly have been as monstrous as depicted here? Or was this merely artistic license by the Seraphim, who sought to lionize themselves by demonizing their darkest enemy?
I'll be honest with you, Juan, when I started playing Soul Reaver 1, as you already know, I remembered very little of it. And I did not think much of the game when I started. I was like, what's the big deal? I mean, it's a good game, but it's not that good. By the end of the game, I really changed my mind. It's really impressive how well it was done. Just amazingly so. 25 years ago. Unbelievable. And let's check the textures here. Yeah, Raziel is very different, but the rest, well, not that much. I almost couldn't tell. This is kind of bizarre. Okay, moving on. Hello. Why would you attack from so far away? It blew my mind when I was 11, back in '98 after playing the Lighthouse demo. Indeed, I believe you. When I started playing, I could have sworn that Soul Reaver 1 didn't have swimming. Because why would a game from 1999 have swimming? The block stacking and rolling as well.
Strange how my history came full circle. This chapel, I realized, was a memorial to my former Sarafan brethren and myself. All of us martyred here, and then so cruelly profaned by Cain when he imposed his gift on our noble corpses. For the first time, I beheld the image of my Sarafan self, memorialized here among my fallen comrades. It tortured me to see how noble and pure I had been, and what a vile phantasm I had become. And a profound sense of injury, of loss and betrayal welled up in me, so overwhelming I could barely contain it. All I wanted at this moment was to find Cain and destroy him.
Oh good, there's more of them. Damn, the Reaver really kills. That's why it blew my mind. Yeah, I can really see why. The game was way ahead of its time. This is Duma. Yeah, he was a hard one. Zephyr. But Raziel gets a statue. And the statue wasn't also retextured. I mean, it was, but come on. I don't know if this was some limitation they had with the technology or what, but it could have been better, honestly. As for the depictions of the Sarafan, I mean, they're alright. Either way. I think we're going here. You can see they had a bigger budget for Soul Reaver 2. More cinematics, more varied areas. The windows, well, they did retouch them, but again, not as much as in Soul Reaver 1. I mean, granted, Soul Reaver 1 is a much older game with worse graphics, but still.
I emerged, and for the first time beheld Nosgoth in its former glory. The land overflowed with abundant life and vitality, and I knew with certainty then that the world I had left behind was nothing more than the corpse of Nosgoth, a lifeless husk bled dry by the corruption of Kain's parasitic empire. This was the fragile world Kain sacrificed to preserve his own petty life and ambition, heedless of the profound cost. The sight only deepened my resolve. I sensed that the pillars lay to the northwest. If Kain truly waited to confront me there, I would not disappoint him.
Okay, and this is another thing I appreciated about the Legacy of Kain series. Raziel isn't actually weaker here. I mean, he can swim, he can climb, everything we got from Soul Reaver 1, we still have. Most games would find a way to take away all of your abilities and make you start unlocking them all over again. And when you start Defiance, Raziel is a god, basically.
As I passed this arcane landmark, a wisp of the Reaver's energy was drawn into the ring, illuminating it. This created a beacon of sorts in the spirit world. If ever I found myself depleted in the spectral realm, and my soul tossed on the ethereal winds, these beacons would draw me back to safety and restore me.
I saw an interview with the lead developer, Rena Audrin. She said they did very little to part 2. Yeah, I saw something as well. I'm just wondering why. Again, it's not bad to look at, and I'm not really complaining. I'm just happy to be able to replay both games. But I'm just kind of... I don't know, I find it kind of odd. Not a huge problem. The game still looks decent. Okay, that wheel was definitely redone. Why swim when you can walk? And the games are stable. And I also have some tricks that I discovered 1 or 2 days ago that I think I'm gonna be sharing either as part of the review or a separate video on how to enable them, just in case anyone is interested in fooling around. It did help me with recording the video. But there are also some things that are otherwise unavailable within Soul Reaver 1 and 2, but mostly 1. Where is that gate? Basically what I'm referring to is that both games have a debug mode. Okay, this is gonna be much simpler if I simply walk. And it's very easy to enable. Feeding time. And Reyna did an amazing job. I mean, I know she used to be a modder for Soul Reaver. And you can tell that it was done by somebody who has passion. You still haven't used the debug mode. I see you are very much aware of it. I did take my time with the lost levels. I still haven't touched the lost levels though. I assumed they were just like snippets or, well, self-contained levels. You could explore them, but that was it. I, however, planned to visit them. How cool would it be if they started making a sequel?
Were mysteriously attuned to my spiritual essence. By simply touching the symbol, I could safely preserve an imprint of my soul, and thus create a milestone to which I could return when weary, and from which I could resume my journey.
So this is a save point. I'm overwriting a previous playthrough. I think that is why she did so little to part 2, because part 1 is her favorite game and took over a year retexturing it on her own. She is more familiar with part 1. I would love a sequel. Yeah, I mean, I can appreciate that. She did a spectacular job. Especially for somebody who played on PSP. The only thing I remember from that was the graphics on the PSP were horrendous.
While I had only just escaped the stronghold, I sensed that in time my journey would return me full circle to this place. Infiltrating the fortress, however, would be no small feat. The balcony that had provided my escape was now well beyond my reach, leaving this massive gateway as the only means of entry. The gates were sealed, but like the time-streaming chamber I had seen earlier, their operation was undoubtedly linked to that odd crystal mounted above the entrance.
Okay. And as for a sequel, they did leave it a little bit open-ended. Just enough that they could squeeze a sequel through. Cain has to deal with the Sarafan after Raziel sacrifices himself. Not the Sarafan, the Hilden. What the hell am I talking about? Ow. It plays better on the Vita. I bought it on the PSP back in 2010 and it took some getting used to for sure. Yeah, I tried to play it on PC, or was it PS2? I don't remember. I had some problems back in 2008, I believe. And the only way to get it running properly was on a PSP, and I really wanted to know the whole story. So I played it on that, which was horrible, but I did it.
Taste my blade, vampire!
Raziel. Oh boy. Slap. And how did you feel about Soul Reaver 2? the poll I made in 2022 showed that Soul River 2 was like third favorite overall out of the entire series, which I found curious. Defiance came in second, right after Soul River 1. Whoa, there's a dog type thing. What the devil is that? Come on, come on. Where's that big one? What's this? Some kind of a monument. Two empty chalices. Well, it's either important or not. We will see. Moving on.
Taste my blade, vampire!
Throw it? No. I assume these... Wait, there's an emblem. This is for the Dark Reaver, I believe. I also forgot that the other types of Reavers are obtainable in Soul Reaver 2, not just in Defiance. Although I don't remember if here you can only carry one, or are you allowed to switch just like in Defiance? Let's see here. Yeah, this is the air, maybe? Or water Reaver? One of those.
There's one!
And out with this.
These vampires had nothing in common with the deranged jackals I left behind in Kane's derelict empire. They seemed to retain much of their former humanity. In this era, vampires were clearly not the uncontested predators we had been. These creatures were hunted mercilessly and oppressed. And while I still believed that vampirism was a plague and had to be wiped out, there was nothing noble or righteous in this crusade. This was simply ruthless persecution.
I played Soul River 2 after Defiance. I bought it used at GameStop in 2006. Whoa. You must have been confused about the story. Like Star Wars, all out of order. Why didn't you dodge? And also these finishing moves, they're really cool. They don't do this anymore. Well, not in most games because of the PG rating. Very confused. Yeah, I can only imagine. That's why I wanted to replay Soul Rivers 1 and 2. Well, why I played them back then. I wanted to know what the hell was going on between Raziel and Kane. I knew snippets from, you know, some shows about video games.
Of Nosgoth, pristine,
Oh, here we go.
whole, and uncorrupted. I had never beheld them in this undefiled state, yet something profound and indelible resonated within me at the sight.
Me too, Juan.
And there, waiting at the very heart of the pillars, was the canker that was destined to destroy them.
But it was also very beautiful, in my opinion.
I know you're there, Raziel.
Mobius led me to you, Cain, though I might have guessed you'd meet me here.
And if Mobius told you I was hidden on the underside of hell, would you throw yourself into oblivion to pursue me? Mobius trawls for the ignorant and unwary, hauling his gasping prey from the streams of their destinies. Stay out of his net, Raziel.
Spare me your elaborate metaphors, Cain. I have pursued you here for one purpose. You will pay for your betrayal, and balance will thus be restored to Nosgoth.
And whose will is satisfied then? The will of Raziel or Mobius?
Would I be better manipulated by you, Cain? Now,
Oh, yeah.
turn and face me. The chase is over.
This isn't a chase, Raziel. We are merely passengers on the wheel of destiny, describing a perfect circle to this point. We've been brought here for a reason. I've seen the beginning and the end of our story, however, and the tale is crude and ill-conceived. We must rewrite the ending of it. You and I.
Face me, Cain. Even you shouldn't die a coward's death.
Isn't it customary to grant the condemned a final request?
I recall no such courtesy from you.
Indulge me, Raziel. All I ask is that you listen. This is the sublime moment of our undoing, Raziel. The ineffable fulcrum upon which swings the entirety of our history. This is where all of Nosgoth is betrayed. In this instant, Ariel, the Balance Guardian, is murdered by dark forces bent on overthrowing the Pillars. Her spirit is just now tearing free, lost in the ether, trying to find its way here. You have already seen how she comes to haunt these Pillars.
Bound here by your refusal to die. You are the reason this land becomes diseased. As long as you remain alive, you condemn Nosgoth to an eternity of decay.
Be still, Raziel. See this. As Ariel dies, I am being born to take her place as Balance Guardian. Such is my destiny.
My God.
At the moment of my first cry, Ariel's beloved, the Guardian Nutraptor, finds her corpse. Racked with grief and tormented by suspicions of treachery, Nutraptor plunges into a madness which overflows and infects all of the Guardians who are symbiotically bound, including me. The repercussions of Ariel's assassination were expertly calculated. The entire circle descends into madness, and I am tainted at the moment of my birth, instantly rendered incapable of fulfilling the role destiny has prepared for me.
Shall I show you the same mercy you showed the rest of the circle, then? You blithely murdered them to restore their pillars, yet your hand faltered when it came to the final sacrifice. What makes you exempt, Cain? You're merely the last man standing. Why condemn me for simply carrying out what you hadn't the courage to do yourself?
Let's drop the moral posturing, shall we?
I love this.
We both know there's no altruism in this pursuit. Your reckless indignation led you here. I counted on it. There's no shame in it, Raziel. Revenge is motivation enough. At least it's honest. Hate me,
Indeed.
but do it honestly. 30 years hence, I am presented with a dilemma. Let's call it a two-sided coin. If the coin falls one way, I sacrifice myself and thus restore the pillars. But as the last surviving vampire in Nosgoth, this would mean the annihilation of our species. Mobius made sure of that. If the coin lands on the reverse, I refuse the sacrifice and thus doom the pillars to an eternity of collapse. Either way, the game is rigged.
We agree then that the pillars are crucial and must be restored.
Yes, Raziel. And that's why we've come full circle to this place.
So after all this, you make my case for me. To end this stalemate, you must die so that new Guardians can be born.
Pillars don't belong to them, Raziel. They belong to us.
Your arrogance is boundless, Kane.
There's a third option. A monumental secret, hidden in your very presence here. But it's a secret you have to discover for yourself. Unearth your destiny, Raziel. It's all laid out for you here.
You said it yourself, Kane. There are only two sides to your coin.
Apparently so. But suppose you throw a coin enough times. Suppose one day it lands on its edge.
So yeah, the way Defiance ended was very sad, but also very noble. Raziel sacrificed himself to do the right thing. And being the only one with free will, he was the only one capable of doing so. I mean, these entire 3 games are basically his journey from pawn to somebody who can guide their own destiny.
I didn't know what impulse stayed my hand, why I had so willingly allowed Kane to escape me when I had pursued him for so long. I had no reason to trust Kane after he had valued me so little, and yet I found myself intrigued by his words. I had been too cruelly used to so gullibly play his pawn, but if this world truly had secrets to divulge, I was determined to expose them.
And yeah, that cutscene, well, pretty much every cutscene in which these two talk sends shivers down my spine. Such good voice acting. Where the hell Simon Templeman got his voice, I have no idea, but I wish I had a voice like that. Such a commanding presence. And Michael Bell too. The perfect voice for Raziel. You can hear that righteousness in his voice. But he is noble. And I love that neither him nor Kane are actually villains.
From the
I see
moment
them
of my
both as
arrival,
heroes.
I had the constant and palpable sensation of being watched. Someone, it seemed, was keenly interested in my presence here.
And I seem to recall this, where Raziel comments that somebody's watching. But for the life of me, I can't remember who. Judging by the green glow, I would say somebody that's a Hilden, but that's not possible. Is Vorador still alive here? As far as I know, Janos is still dead.
From the look of it, this door had been sealed for centuries. I began to realize it was no mere coincidence that I found myself standing here, beneath this winged figure with blue skin and cloven hands so like my own, and bearing this unique key.
First, let's see here. And this is the fire, the Reaver.
And so it was with a sense of gravity and trepidation that I unsealed that ancient door and crossed the threshold.
Soul Reaver 2 is much more cinematic than Soul Reaver 1. Benefits of a bigger budget, I guess. Which is also what makes Soul Reaver 1 such an accomplishment. I hate these guys. They have no souls. Okay, I'm just gonna ignore you.
As I entered the chamber, I sensed that it had been sealed for hundreds, perhaps thousands of years. And while this room was clearly built when the pillars were erected, I knew that no human hand could have shaped this place, and that perhaps it had never been seen by human eyes. The surrounding murals depicted a winged race, their features so like my own, but beautiful, where mine were grotesque, and angelic, while mine were demonic. I tried to decipher these images. A great war, but with combatants like none I had ever seen. The pillars, raised by this winged race, who thus defeated their adversaries. The winged beings again, writhing in agony, apparently afflicted with the same bloodthirst I had so recently suffered. And throughout the chamber, inscribed everywhere, images of the Reaver itself. Was this what Cain had urged me to discover? I wondered.
Lies, Raziel.
The squid.
Do not be deceived.
Ah, my ancient benefactor. And I dared to hope we had parted ways forever. The silence was refreshing, but it lasted. No doubt you have a conveniently inexpressible reason for your presence here?
Do not be insolent, Raziel. I am eternally present here and everywhere, now and always. I am the still center of the turning wheel, the hub of this world's destiny.
But perhaps not so omnipotent as you'd have me believe. Your hold on me appears to be tenuous. I no longer seem to need you. Yet I'm guessing you still need me.
This impudence is unworthy of you, Raziel. Do not forget that you have a task to fulfill here. You are indebted to me.
Indebted? You would have me show gratitude for a gift I didn't ask to be bestowed? Do you forget that you forced me to inhabit this vile carcass?
I restored you to yourself, Raziel. It was Cain who destroyed you. The very enemy you've just let slip through your grasp. Do not fail me, my servant.
I serve no one. Not you, not Cain, and not your lackey Mobius.
Mobius is my good servant. I have many.
And if I tell Mobius that he's worshipping a giant squid, do you think his faith will falter?
You have grown willful, Raziel. But beware. To embrace a serpent is to invite poison into your heart. Cain is a sinuous beast. He will seduce and deceive you. You pride yourself on your free will, yet you let that degenerate deter your resolve.
I harbor no illusions about his integrity, nor anyone else's. In fact, I am beset by manipulation on all sides. I merely seek the truth.
These are the fathomless truths, Raziel. The agony of birth and death and rebirth. This is the wheel of fate. the purifying cycle which sustains all life. Vampires are an abomination, a plague which leeches this land of its spiritual strength. They obstruct the flow of life and death. Their souls stagnate in their wretched corpses. But the wheel must turn. Death is inexorable and cannot be denied. Your destiny is irresistible, Raziel. You are my Soul Reaver, the scourge of the vampires, reaper of their apostate souls. Remain steadfast, end the vampire's parasitic curse, and restore Nosgoth. Kain's blood belongs on your hands.
Kain indeed deserves to die for condemning me to this repugnant form, but if and when I kill him, it will be for me alone to decide.
Kain destroyed you without a flicker of remorse. He tore the soul from your noble corpse, and after you had served him faithfully for 1,000 years, he discarded you in the abyss on a jealous whim. Remember your rage, Raziel. Let it guide your hand.
He's very manipulative, appealing to Raziel's hatred of Kain. And these are the Reaver types. The center one belongs to Ariel, I believe. The Spirit Reaver. I remember all these from Defiance. Not so much from Soul Reaver 2. The murals are also very cool. Okay, let's explore for a bit, see what's up. Did I come through here? Yep.
Destroy Kain.
God, I wish I could punch him. At least poke him in the eye. Oh, and speaking of the debug mode we talked about earlier, that's another thing I really miss from games back in 90s and early 2000s. Whenever you were done with the game, you could always have more fun with it by, you know, tweaking things, unlocking things that were cut from the game and so on. That's no longer a thing. At least in most games. Can I hit you? No. Basically, I guess what I'm trying to say is I miss the days when games used to be games. Not something to be taken so seriously. And what do we have here besides this enemy? Okay. DLC. You have to pay for that kind of stuff. Yeah. That really angers me. As an older gamer, that really... I mean, honestly, it just angers me. I'm all against you know, cheating in video games that are online, multiplayer, especially PvP games, but I mean, come on. If I turn on debug mode in Soul Reaver, who am I hurting? Just wanna have fun with the game. And also, back when I used to play Jedi Outcast and Jedi Academy, I learned a little bit about coding. Not a lot, but a bit. By opening the console and started experimenting with different kinds of commands. So I actually even learned a bit. And as you say, Juan, now it's all just pay to play, pay to win, pay for anything. Real shame. Modding is also a really big part of my life. I love games that can be modded. Okay, now it comes to me. Just think about this. If Soul Reaver was unmoddable, Reina Audron would never become the lead on Soul Reaver remasters. I mean, she started her whole career as a modder, as far as I understood. There's a lot to be gained from letting people do what they like with single-player games. For both the gamer and the companies. I always got lost here. That is why I needed a PC for modding. Because if it's for modding, we're in the same boat. And debugging and all other kinds of fun. I got nothing against consoles, but for my preference, PC is better. Yeah, for the modding aspect, indeed. I haven't made mods for many games, but for those I did, I really enjoyed the process, and I enjoyed learning how to do it. Now, I never made anything that I published, because I do it just for myself, but that's the whole thing with games. You play them for enjoyment, you mod them for enjoyment. So here, okay. Guys, buzz off. I'm trying to do something. Someone added Soul Reaver to Tekken 7? Yeah, precisely. That's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. I just love those things. Why the hell not? Somebody thought it would be cool or fun or funny. Why not do it? But it just doesn't pay, does it? If you're having fun modding the game, you're not gonna be buying additions to a game or buying the sequel. At least I think that's how the suits in companies feel. Which is wrong. Because if I know that every game is gonna give me the same liberties as I used to have, of course I'm gonna keep buying them, especially if they're well-made games. Yeah, I can see how one would get lost here. I remember back when I used to play Devil May Cry 4, not the special edition, but the regular one, somebody made a mod that unlocked the debug menu. So you could play the entire game as Dante or Nero. That was really cool. Of course there would be issues because the game wasn't meant to be played like that. But hey, that's what mods do. Then you find a way to deal with it. Would you stop diving? Raziel, get serious. Okay, honestly, I have no idea what this is. Let's get closer, maybe there's an interaction. It's either that, or we need to come back later when we have the other types of Reavers. Judging by these pots. That's more likely to be the case, and we're also probably gonna drain this. So let's leave it be for now. What does the map say? Well, that's very helpful. There are many sockets for different kinds of Reavers here. Yeah, this was meant to be for the air Reaver, I assume. What? Dude, swim up, not down. There. Okay, this is new. Can we... Oh, we can pick up the torch here as well.
I surfaced into a very different landscape. The daylight barely penetrated the dense canopy of this forest. Here I discovered an ancient ruin, unmistakably one of Mobius's time-streaming chambers, but long ago sealed and abandoned to the encroaching swamp. I didn't currently possess the means to break this seal, but I thought in time that I might.
Ah yes, Mobius, the first streamer. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Can you come up, or do I need to get down? And if I get down, is it... Oh, it's not likely to be toxic, but I do drag my feet. Fatality. Who said that?
Prepare to die.
Damn it. Get up here. Get up here. Dude, you're boring me. So we need something to unlock this. Maybe I should have switched into Spectral. See what else might be there. Oh, at least we're not affected by the swamp. Is there anything? Yet another Reaver socket. Like a boss. Borador. Yeah, he was watching.
So, my lurking observer was exposed. The creature vanished when he realized he was discovered, but I caught a glimpse of him, and his features were distinctive enough. This was the vampire Vorador, the monstrous assassin depicted in the stronghold. Strange that a creature brazen enough to assault the Circle single-handedly would avoid confronting me. Very well. If Vorador would not come to me, I would go to him. But first I needed to find some means of reaching that terrace.
Next time, Gadget. Next time. Oh god, not the gunk. Come on. Come on. Okay, you're really gonna make me do it. I'm above him. Damn. But you don't get to eat if you use the Reaver. No, no, don't bother, I'll come to you. Dear Lord.
Taste my blade, vampire!
That always bugged me. Sorry Juan, what bugged you? I said a lot of stuff in the meantime. The swamp or something else? Can we do high jump? Yeah, we can. Let's save. What is this? I gotta see. Oh, it is a dog. Just a very... well, he fits in with Raziel. He could be Raziel's dog. The Reaver eating your meal makes you pick up a weapon. Indeed. But also the Reaver does a lot of damage, I guess there is that trade-off, but I really... my problem is that I like the way the Reaver looks. So I would want it out at all times. Although it does look better in Soul Reaver 1 and Defiance. Yeah, those dogs are really hard to spot. They blend in.
There appeared to be a passage here, leading northward into the mountains. The opening, however, was obstructed and too high for me to reach. Perhaps later I would find the means to bypass these obstacles.
Yeah. He was talking to himself, apparently.
There's one!
Wait, am I on top of a wall or something? Does look like it. Yep. Down we go. In the original Soul Reaver 2, didn't weapons used to break after a while? Or am I misremembering? I could have sworn they... Or was that Blood Omen 2? I know that they broke in Blood Omen 2. Playing these games really makes me wanna replay Blood Omen 2 and Defiance. No, the only
My
break in
lurking
Blood Omen
friend
2.
was nowhere
I
to be
see.
seen, but I found these ruins even more intriguing. I recognized these arcane symbols from the chamber beneath the pillars, and realized that this shrine too was sealed to all but the bearer of the Reaver.
So this is where we will get the Light Reaver, I assume? Then again, maybe not. Okay, how do I drop the weapon? Like that. This should not work, I believe. Ah, it will. Cool. This is the Light Reaver, I assume. Could have gotten my weapon back, but never mind. That's a very funny walk. So whatever this is, it's undead. What was that? Huh. I have no as Gandalf would say, I have no memory of this place. Well, there are benefits to insomnia, I'll give you that. It's like I'm playing for the first time. There's no way to switch the auto-target, the auto-lock system. One thing I really did love about this game is that you don't need a weapon for a finishing move. Oh yes, yes. And I love that the finishing moves are not so, you know, PG. It actually feels like they belong in the game, in the dark gothic world. Decapitation? Sure. Tearing an enemy's heart out? Sure. Why? Well, you're a vampire or a wraith. Whichever one, it makes sense. You're not gonna lull your enemies to sleep. So I'm guessing we need to... I either need to pick this up or I need to direct a beam of light to it. If I had to guess, I'd say pick it up. This is just dumb, but I have to give it a shot. Alright. This kind of annoys me, having to eat souls to switch. I mean, in these areas where there's no danger, where it's just a puzzle. It's just padding for time, basically. Okay. Let's analyze the situation. We have this. I was taken aback when I did my first beheading in this game. Oh yeah. I was surprised even now. Like, they kept it? That was nice. And I'm assuming this is where we need to go. I did like the fact that every weapon had its own finisher. Yeah. I love that in Blood Omen 2 as well. Although I ended up mostly using claws in that game because I really liked tearing their hearts out. Here the weapons are really cool. But I still prefer the Reaver.
Throughout this ancient shrine, murals depicted the winged race and the apocalyptic war against their mysterious and equally inhuman adversaries. These winged beings, it seemed, were not only the architects of the pillars, but of this enigmatic place as well. And just as in the Pillar's chamber, this shrine was adorned throughout with imagery of the Reaver, depicted with the reverence of a holy icon.
It's bizarre to me that the spirit that bonded with Raziel to become the Spirit Reaver is actually Raziel, as I understand the story. Can you believe Soul River 1 was rated teen here in USA? I mean, I find the whole rating system stupid, to be honest. I was much younger when I played much bloodier games, and honestly, I have no inclination toward violence in real life. Video games for me are just fantasy. But politicians do love to put the blame on games when they have no clear-cut answer. That's at least my observation. Can we push this? Or we can rotate it. Very well. So do you think that the teen rating was too low or too high? Our parents over here never really cared much about the ratings. I mean, I saw the Predator movie when I was 6. Scared me to death, honestly, so maybe not a good idea. But today it's one of my favorite movies precisely because it was the first one that scared me. I don't know, I find that system very strange. I think that most people who can't distinguish between game violence and real violence, well, they don't need games to commit violence. I think it was too low, but I'm thankful because I was 13 when it was released. But see, you were thankful. I don't know, that's just my opinion. Never really liked the whole rating system. I think it should be up to the parents, what they let their child see and what not. I mean, who knows their child better than a parent? Oh. Come to think of it, I also played GTA as a kid. GTA 3. And the only thing I ever got out of it was, well, when I got older and started driving, you know how everybody hates bicyclists? It's the same here in Europe. And whenever they piss me off, I play some GTA 5 to vent all that frustration. Wait. Okay, I'm starting to remember this. Just the tiniest bit. But I do remember. So what we need to do is turn that mirror over there. We just need to figure out how. Let's pick up a weapon. Ow. Dodge, Raziel, dodge. That's a teeny tiny sword. So we have directed the light here. Oh. Does it change? Can I hop onto the mirror? No. Okay. What else can we try? Let's give it a little looky-loo. And do I still recover? Yeah, I recover health in Spectral Realm even passively. Good to know. The thing with solving these puzzles, when you're lost, best thing to do is kind of slow down. Just be careful that you don't miss something. I have a basic idea how to get up, but missing a step or two. Let's see if I can move the mirror in the other direction. I should be able to. And now you can just tap X to rotate. Goodbye. You're somebody else's problem now. I see. Is there anything else? Let's see what we can see. We can climb on the left, we can climb on the right. From too little options to too many. I don't know what the map is supposed to do in this game. Honestly, I don't find it useful as much. In Soul Reaver 1, the only useful thing about the map was seeing what each emblem, well, to whom it belonged. And the map in this one, I have no idea. Maybe I'm just being an idiot. Oh, mano a mano. And that's it. short fight. Very short. So Reaver 2 strikes me as easier right now. Easier doesn't mean better, but easier. Just as I assumed, the rotating it does nothing right now, but we do have phases. I think this is like a solar eclipse. So I would assume that I need to point it towards the sun if we're looking for the light Reaver. And also the doors over there. We can jump here. Now the question becomes, why can we jump here? Will the spectral realm reveal anything? Not really, no. Will the camera reveal anything then? And it's a dud. Shoot projectiles at puzzle targets? Wait, what puzzle targets? Where do I shift back? Now you tell me. That hint was like, oh, I see you're kind of stupid, aren't you? Well, here, a little help. Target puzzles. Where the devil do you see a target puzzle? Oh. Well, why didn't you say so? Do I need to have the Reaver out? Or do I need to hit it straight in the middle? Or do I need to climb up? Because why else would this be here? Yep, need to have the Reaver out. Very well. Before I go, let's see if this does anything. Nope. Okay, then we shall leave it like this, I guess. That symbol puzzles me. God, I can't just leave like that. See, now I'm torn. Did I do this right, or do I need to? I mean, I did open the sun shaft. That's all well and good. Shining towards the sun. The emblem on the entrance confuses me because it displays the Dark Reaver. This is the symbol for the Dark Reaver, as I recall. Aim it at the blacked out sun, then I think you jump into it. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, because it showed the Dark Reaver on the image. So, do I need to do it in the spectral realm? No. Maybe I need to shoot at it. How's it going with you two? Hey, Sasha. Well, it's going okay, I guess. Things can always be better, but I'm not complaining. I hope you're doing well. Didn't expect to hear from you at this time. And Juan, you really don't remember this game too much. Well, let's find out together then. Hopefully. Is it the blacked out sun? The lit sun? This pillar here depicts a lit sun. These others, nothing. We'll figure it out. Eventually. I think you can move the pillars and then cast a shadow. I remember that. Okay, I'll go back as soon as I... Well, as soon as I go back. Don't know what I wanted to say. And the thing is, my wife always thinks I'm some kind of a pro gamer because I kind of know everything in games. Yeah, when it's a game I played a bunch, sure. And I think you're right, Juan, because this is a wooden beam and it has scuff marks. Yep. Attention to details. Always been my strong suit. And now we turn. There we go. I love these games. I just love all the puzzles. Even though they make me feel like an idiot, still love them. Second prize in Wimbledon. Raziel with a plate. I don't think it goes here. Or maybe it does. There is that placeholder. Not placeholder. What's it called? A stand. We need to light up the moon. And now we have no light. Well, that's a problem. So this is where we're going to forge the Reaver, I assume. This needs to be lit up. Let's give it a turn. Oh, good. Let's rehash. Sun goes there, we need to turn that one. And I could have sworn I needed to go up here. And then... I feel like I remember doing that. Maybe it's here. Didn't your mom ever teach you to dodge? There we go. Running around in circles, my favorite activity. That's how Raziel keeps his slender figure. Move that pillar and it will cast a shadow to go across. Wait, what? The ledge you are at. Oh dear lord, I missed it again. Yep. Maybe I shouldn't stream games that require such attention to details. I missed the scuff marks again. Oh, that's just cool. That's just very, very cool for such an old game. Okay, now we turn it one more time. Not... okay, that way. That's so Reaver for you. Indeed. No, I'm not complaining, it's just that I tend to get anxious when I'm performing, you know, for an audience. So I'm like, dude, don't suck right now. And I messed up again. And I see what and how. Yes, yes. Turning on the Reaver. There are skeletons here, I just saw one quip. Right? No. My mistake. Some emblems we need to align, probably. Okay, let's see what this does. Oh. Well, thank you for that. So this is moving. The thing that it's covering is the spectral symbol. So the question then becomes, do I need to go into spectral or does it represent something else? Or maybe I'm just overthinking stuff. That's definitely the Dark Reaver. What epic sound.
As I neared the altar, I suddenly felt the Reaver quickening of its own volition. Just as in William's chapel, the balance of power tangibly shifted. Voracious and willful, the Soul Reaver was now in control, and I, merely its helpless puppet. The Reaver plunged itself into that mysterious altar, and devouring the energy that emanated from within, drained this place of its power. Thus sated, the Reaver released me. And I realized as I recovered control that these ancient shrines were forges, each purpose-built to enhance the Reaver with elemental power.
Oh, that's how we get health upgrades here, I was wondering. And how do we switch between Reavers? Or are we stuck with it now until we pick up the other one? And then another one, and then another one. That's the thing I forgot. I know in Defiance you can switch between them freely. Don't know if that's the case here. And what was the door that was closed?
Now I understood the purpose of the mysterious basins I had seen throughout my journey. They were elemental fonts, each attuned to a fundamental essence. When I forged the blade, every font in Nosgoth with the same elemental attunement was simultaneously quickened. The Reaver's enhancements were never permanent, but these fonts enabled me to re-imbue the blade by bathing it in the elemental energy distilled therein.
Okay. Ah, so that's... okay, I get it.
Concentric circles, one eclipsing the other. I recognize this symbol from the door sealing that other ancient shrine, the one I had seen in the lake outside the Sarafan stronghold. Perhaps now, armed as I was with the elemental power of darkness, I could return and gain entry.
Perhaps. I can hear your skeletons, I do not care. Is everything okay with the stream? I just want to check because you know, monitoring what's going on, and it seemed like the viewership dropped to 0. So it's either a stream thing.
For a savior,
Oh,
Vorador.
I see my reputation precedes me.
It does.
All good, I hope? I've been watching you since you emerged from that accursed stronghold. Strange that your arrival coincides with the corruption of the Pillars. But I'm wondering, are you the catalyst of these events? Or the answer to them?
I don't know what you mean.
I will speak plainly then. I distrust your origins, stranger. Seeing you crawl from the putrid depths of Mobius's keep makes me question your purpose here. And what should I make of your appearance? Not human, clearly, and more demon than vampire. And the Pillars. It is no mere coincidence that your arrival in that clearing heralded the Pillars' decay. And so I ask you plainly, are you the instrument of the Pillars' destruction or their salvation?
Neither.
Very well. Let us look at the other side of the coin. I have followed your journey and watched as you blithely unlocked secrets that have been sealed and forbidden for thousands of years. The path you have been treading is open to only one being. You don't know what you are, do you?
I have been many things. If you find me ignorant, enlighten me.
What's the point? This world is beyond redemption. Let the human cattle have it.
I would expect better than meek capitulation from you.
Centuries of persecution have taught me well. 500 years ago, our race was nearly exterminated by the fanatical crusades of the Sarafan. And now the same sick drama unfolds again. In merely a decade, Mobius's cutthroat citizen army has nearly accomplished what the Sarafan could not. Vampires meddling in the affairs of men. Look where it's brought us.
What am I to make of these secrets I've uncovered, then? The depictions of the winged race, the Pillars, and the Reaver.
Fairy tales, boy. The delusions of an ancient culture clinging to hope long after the world had discarded them. Their bloodline trickled away, until only one of the ancients remained, sustained solely by obligation and his unfaltering faith in the old prophecies. But you see, even if you are who you appear to be, it no longer matters. You're simply too late. Janos Audron, the Reaver Guardian, the last of the ancients, and my maker, was murdered by the Sarafan nearly 5 centuries ago. He alone would have the answers you seek, but his secrets died with him. I don't know how you've come even this far without his guidance, or without the Reaver, stolen these 500 years ago by the Sarafan. I'm afraid, my friend, that you and all of us are out of luck.
I had no less reason to trust Vorador than anyone else I had met. In fact, the ancient vampire was the most forthright being I had encountered thus far. If Janos Ordrin was the key to all this, then I would find him, and Mobius's time-streaming device would provide me passage. But first, I had to find a way back into the stronghold, and I suspected I would find the means within the lake's mysterious shrine.
Interview with a vampire. That's a nice name for an achievement. I really like the Vorador from Blood Omen 1. I love how the tie-in the opening cinematic to this game later. Yeah, I wish I knew what you were talking about there. I played about half, or well, less than half of Soul Reaver, of Blood Omen. But I do find him interesting. And I think you have to fight him at some point in Soul Reaver 2, or maybe I'm misremembering. Wouldn't be the first time. Why would you dodge so far away? The combat is a bit janky. I do remember that Vorador was present in Blood Omen since the beginning. That much I can recall from the cinematics.
Taste my blade, vampire!
The opening cinematic of Blood Omen 1, he goes on a killing spree and they tied in later, it's perfection. I barely remember the opening cinematic. I remember that basically it starts, I think, with the destruction of the Circle of Nine, like Vorador is coming in and they're all afraid of him. I remember that much. And I think it was the Circle of Nine. Buzz off, Mutt. I cannot see. Okay, we're on the same page. I just remember so very little of it. I actually didn't mind the way Blood Omen was designed. It really felt like V Rising to me, which I played before Blood Omen. He killed the Pillar Guardians. I assumed as much from my memory. But then, how were they manipulated? I don't remember that part anymore. I know that Mobius and Mortanius were involved somehow. Or maybe I'm misremembering that too. I really need to get Vira. Oh yeah, you should definitely check that game out. I cannot uninstall it from my computer. Sometimes I just like to go for a visit, basically. Really reminds me of Blood Omen 1. It's just an awesome game. Well worth the money. And I also really need to do a review of it, seeing as I like it so much. So we still can't get in here. Let's just do this. I played V Rising when it was in early access, and even then it was an awesome game. If you don't mind the crafting elements in it. Depends on what kind of gamer you are. I love the fact that you can build and customize your own castle. Mortanius was possessed by a Hilden, Mobius was heavily influenced by the Elder Squid. Yeah, we're gonna see that Mortanius was possessed in Defiance as well, I believe. His eyes will glow green. God, I really want them to make a sequel. I want to see Cain facing off against the Hilden. And I've also seen people in comments of other people's videos wondering if Raziel could come back, and I think he could. Because the era in which Defiance ends, Raziel was what? He was alive, I believe? And also, he still lives on within the Soul Reaver. So I don't think it must necessarily be the end for Raziel. Is there a way to see... Ah, Light Forge. We need to get over there. I would love to see him come out of the Reaver. Well, considering there's a lot of time traveling involved, like I said, I actually think that there are many possibilities on how Raziel might make a comeback. I also loved in the ending of Defiance when Cain kills Mobius and sends him to the spectral realm. How then Raziel finishes him off. I love them as a tag team. Like, you know, two very old best friends. Basically, at that point it becomes a buddy cop game. I like those. Will there be more games on the channel later? Unfortunately, no. I'm trying to do them one at a time, and there will be other games in the coming days. But until I finish Soul Reaver 2, I don't believe so. I am, as before, your right hand, your sword. And now you will see the face of the true enemy. And I love just how Kain in that moment shouts Raziel no. He doesn't want to see Raziel destroyed or dead. Oh, I love that. He just wanted to manipulate fate to a better outcome. For everyone. But Raziel is noble enough to make the sacrifice. He basically agreed to thousands of years of insanity within the Reaver. And for Raziel, that realization must not have been easy. He was killed by Kain after all. But he understood the bigger picture, he understood what needed to be done. They're very complex characters, the both of them. Another reason why I love the game. I don't love the swimming in it, though.
Ah, my wayward child returns.
Having unearthed more than you'd like, I suspect. What am I to make of these ruins that litter the land, and these images here in this chamber?
Merely the deceits of a failed civilization. You are being misled, Raziel. This ancient race hoped to manipulate the future with these scrawled misdirections. You must tread carefully. There are dark forces at work in this world, bent on subverting your true destiny.
I have no doubt of that. The question is, am I in their presence right now?
Oh, this is so good.
Your arrogance will spell your demise, Raziel. Deny my will, and the arc of your destiny will reach a sudden conclusion.
Your threats are unmoving. Even now, I'm beyond your reach.
My reach is longer than you realize. This is a very dangerous game you're playing, Raziel.
I love it how Raziel starts to struggle against the Elder God. He stops taking things at face value. He can see that he's being manipulated. Basically, I feel like I'm watching a theater play. Okay, I think we're done in this part. Or are we? We're in the ruins, the pillars, stronghold, streaming device, southern lake, light forge. Okay, I was wrong, the map is useful. I was just an idiot who didn't know how to use it. Zigzag. And when it comes to the debug mode, there is another thing I think is very useful, although I did not make certain of this, but when debug mode is enabled in this game and you press start, you have the save option. So I don't know if it works. So basically if I save, will I just start the game from where I stopped, or will I be returned to a checkpoint? But I think it's a neat feature to have. Will Ariel make an appearance? Ariel? Ariel?
Take the beast down!
The combat is janky, I must say.
Taste my blade, vampire!
Oh no, you don't. Where are we now? Still at the pillars, moving towards the stronghold. If I'm reading the map right. Buzz off! You yippity piece of crap. I see that Watador is still watching me. That's how we imbue the Reaver. One, I can see why you hate the dogs. Does this have to do... I think it does, but this is not the Reaver I need. This is definitely used for something later on.
There's one!
Bye. These guys behave like they never saw a vampire. Because if they had, they would know I'm not one of them. Have you ever seen a vampire without a stomach? If this guy shoots me in the back, I'm gonna be so mad. So many of you guys. And this is where we would embed the light reaver or the fire. No, it's the fire reaver. Okay, I'm gonna try and save. Let's save in another slot. See if this works. No, it does not. Oh, it does. Interesting. But it does return you to the start. Okay, good to know. We can save on demand. So we're in the southern lake, we should be moving eastwards, which we are doing. But are we moving eastward properly? This is a water reaver, no, fire reaver. Ah, there we have it. This camera mode makes everything so much simpler. Oh yeah, please, hop in. The water is nice. Wait a minute, you can save it on the pause menu. That's exactly what I was saying, Juan. So this is because of the debug mode that I enabled. That's why I can save it on the pause menu. Which I think is a really neat feature to have. And if they already had it in the game, they probably should have, you know, left it for everyone. This is not what I need. Okay, hop on over there. Wait, what? So I need to unlock another Reaver before I move on? What the hell? Or do I need to go into Spectral? That is one thing that I didn't like about this game. Now I really need to get one this time. Do you know how to enable the debug mode? It's really easy, especially if you're on Steam. You just need to go into launch options and add dev. And that's it, you just launch the game normally. Yeah, I really hate it when games keep you from saving at will. Sometimes I need to go to work and I just need to quit the game. Shoot the red circle on top of the door. With the Dark Reaver. Somehow I expected that to be something I would need to do more towards the end of the game, that's why I didn't do it. So I need to go through the Seraphan stronghold. Which I again expected to be a late game thing. Maybe my aiming is poor. No, I'm definitely missing something. Or am I just shooting at the wrong circle? Did you mean something else, Juan? Maybe later in the game. Yeah, I suspected as much. Raziel did mention at the beginning that he would need to come back. The thing is, if I go into the map, so we're in the blue outline, the southern lake. We need to get to the light forge, which is right next to it. So it's either underwater or above ground. East is over there. Would be underground. Or I'm missing another tool. Moving eastward. Will spectral form reveal anything? Highly doubtful. Okay, let's rehash. There is nothing up here. Oh dear God, just look at this, the skybox. It's literally a box. What do we have? We hop over here. Oh, wait. No. It's the same road. Is there a window I could go through? I am missing something. Whoa. I'm wondering about this emblem here. It kind of sticks out. Or in this case, in. Or maybe we can, you know, swim under, see what's on the other side. Okay, the Dark Reaver font. Ah, this is where we need to go. Okay, got it. Wait, where? Got it. Wait, where? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Is this the... No, this isn't the Dark Reaver, is it? Oh god, I need to go get it back. Why did I... Oh, it's because of the saving, isn't it? That's why and how I lost it. Okay, just a short swim across the stream. I only said that because it rhymes. Across the lake. How about now? That's a really intense soundtrack. So these are the Hilden, if I recall. They're basically... What are they doing here? Cursing the vampires? And this is depicting the Hilden being cast into the other realm. At least that's how I remember it.
These murals left no room for doubt. These winged creatures were indeed the architects of the pillars. And while the images were difficult to decipher, the pillars appeared to banish or diminish their enemies somehow.
Yeah, those were the vampires creating the pillars, and on the left we have the Hilden. Thank you, game, for the useful hint. Hey, you guys ate all the souls, what the hell? And now it's you guys. Raziel, the enemy is on the other side. They squeal like pigs. And here, what do we have? I think the light Reaver is needed here. Maybe not. Oh. And this is the Reaver Forge. Okay, what are these? Absolutely nothing for now. I was denied? Is this not the Dark Reaver emblem? That is not what it means. Likely we need Spectral. Okay, after I get this Reaver, I will be ending the stream, as unfortunately I need to get my ass back to work. Just an FYI. Unless it takes too long. Look at this beefy boy. He's chunky. Of course. Whoa. That's not good. This seems like a foreshadowing of what will happen to me. It's an open eye. Maybe we could blind it. Maybe... Whoa, no. Maybe with darkness. No. No, don't. Blind Sentry with Dark Reaver projectile, but that's what I did. What the hell? What is it? No. Or is this not the Dark Reaver? Because I was in Spectral. That's most... yeah. They're very similar at first glance. Where do I find the Dark Reaver? Oh, not you again. Yeah. Okay, the Reaver hits really hard. Can I move past? No! No, okay. My bad. I wanted to see if I could go around. Yummy. Well, I guess we're gonna need to go back. Anything around back, maybe? No? I feel like the font should be closer. Like, why would you force me to go back? This is gonna be a whole thing, isn't it? Okay, that was a long animation. What? This is some mummy shit. Nothing down here. And we obviously need to place something over there. What is this? Just a pedestal. I don't have the Dark Reaver. Okay, everything requires the Dark Reaver, which I do not have. So, until we find it, we're not gonna accomplish much. Yep. Give it a random try, because why not? A lot of crap is missing here. We cannot open this door, but maybe we can jump. Almost. Just almost. Okay, let's push this there. Pretty much the only thing we can do. Oh no. Is she gonna attack? Let's assume no. Can we fly with this? Then maybe I have to throw it over there. Right? Right? Or maybe, just maybe, it doesn't go there. Not yet. It goes here. Why would you walk onto an enemy that's... Where are they running? That's odd. It's an ambush. Whoa, there's a lot of them. And again, I need the Dark Reaver. And the font is over there. Chonkers. Come on, chunky boy, come on. Okay. Where are we now? Where do I need to go? Oops. I think it's up there. Right? That's me in spectral form. What are you referring to there, Juan? Ah, the chunkers, right? And once again, I need the Dark Reaver. So I need to hop down and get it, I would assume. Or no. How the devil did I miss it? So I needed to go back? Oh. I made a mistake somewhere. And this is the eye, I'm going backwards. So you work out, Juan, I take it. Good for you. Because I mean, that thing was not, you know, fluffy, it was quite beefy. Oh god, I'm just going from bad to worse. I might as well return to the beginning of the game. So I don't need to go over there, I need to go... I need to go not over here. Ah, there. I was worried there for a moment. So I need to shift, somehow get back here, pick up the Dark Reaver, open the doors. A lot of doors. This is one big puzzle. Well, platforming puzzle. I really miss when we had telekinesis in SR1. Could just shoot all these guys. And I really don't want to fight all of them, that would take a while. Okay, now we pick up a gun. Oh, a gun? Yeah. Raziel then picks up a Glock and goes on a rampage. No, we pick up a weapon, we go back. We ignore these guys. We get the Dark Reaver. Okay. What? My dude. What's happening? Okay. And now I can't imbue because he's bugged out. Well, that's just great. To say that I'm confused or annoyed would be understatements. Dear God, the Reaver is powerful. Okay, so now we have a way to go up. Is this guy gonna respawn now or what? Why can't I imbue the Reaver? Because he's still here. You gotta be kidding me. Ah. Hey, but there's another way to look at this. This was a pre-internet era game. And there were some bugs. Unlike today when there's a lot of bugs. Then we get a patch with bugs. New ones. It's all a matter of perspective. Can I have a soul, please? Kinda peckish. And it's still not enough. We need to give it the weight. There we go. Please tell me that you're no longer bugged. Yeah, that's right. And there we go. Jeez, game. Okay, this guy looks different. The Reaver is quite lethal. For everyone, myself included. Okay. Now we can no, okay. Now we turn the sundial. No, it's not a sundial. Mirror. Okay, halfway there. Now for the other half. Now I'm just going back to double check if I missed anything. Because I seem to recall there being other stuff to do. Like going up here. There's only one entrance into this maze. Although, oh yeah, yeah, I know. The bridge that's over here. Squeal or you like. Is the soul around? No. Well, your soul will suffice. Okay, so the Reaver can be used quite tactically. Didn't have to fight all three of them, just one. Okay, and I assume we put, yeah, we put this one over here. Okay. The old hawk tool. Dear God, how did that ever become a thing? I mean, of all the things a person can become famous for. Although I have to give her credit. She did try to milk it for all it's worth. Ah, it's cool, huh? Good one. Job's done. Or is it? So we've opened the door. How does that help us? Okay, let's not get the Reaver overexcited. Oh dear God, Brazil. Oh, now you wanna run. You little bastard. Ah yeah, now I have the Dark Reaver. Get over here. You old so-and-so. Oh lord, there's more of them. Just die, you don't even have a name tag. That's how irrelevant you are. Please kill them. Why isn't it killing them? Very well. Now what do I do with this? I need to bring it back, I think. I hope I need to bring it back. Forgot to turn off my Reaver. Did I leave the Reaver on at home? Yep, that's what I needed to do. It's a spirit bomb.
I plunged the Reaver into the forge and imbued the blade with the elemental power of light. Thus armed, I now had the means to re-enter the stronghold and finally use Mobius's time-streaming device to accomplish my own ends.
That was a very cinematic scene. I like that. Okay, now that we have this, we have to beat the crap out of this guy. So now we can shoot the crystals. Can I shoot it from over here? Come on. Probably not. Such a beautiful game. Every time I think I lost my passion for gaming, it just turns out they don't make them like they used to. Which is a very old person thing to say, but... well, that's the way I feel. I mean, I'm basically late for work, but I really wanted to do this. So now we need to go back down. We cannot lose the light Reaver. I don't know where the font for it is. Yet. Or is the game gonna force me? No. What, I need to open the doors again? Very well, game. For some reason I had to do it again. Oh, there is a light font there. Naturally. Let's go in for a save. And that's it. Okay. Well, that's the end of the journey for today. One, thank you very much for coming back to my channel. Always a pleasure having you here, chatting about this wonderful, wonderful game. That's it for me. Hope to see you again soon. I'll probably be streaming the day after tomorrow once again, and we'll pick up where we left off. Wishing you all the best. Have a great day or a good night, depending on your time zone. And I'll also be putting out a review, probably tomorrow, for Soul Reaver 1. So stay tuned and see you.